Hey everyone, this is Swordless. This is my Wind Waker run in 4 hours, 50 minutes and 50 seconds. As you can see already, it's played on the Japanese version, which has a significant text difference from the English version, which saves a lot of time overall. It's also played without the use of the Tingle Tuner, meaning it's part of the Tunerless category. For those that don't know, the Tingle Tuner is the thing that Tingle gives you when you free him from jail, and it allows you to plug your Game Boy Advance into the second controller port and use it to call Tingle in certain areas, and you can buy things from him like health refills and bombs and things like that. So it gives the player some advantages, which are only really useful because of a bunch of sequence breaks that were found. The Tingle Tuner itself isn't useful except for that. But this run doesn't use it at all. I'm very happy with the time that I was able to get in this run. It's a lot lower than I ever thought I'd be able to do. The sheer fact that it's below 5 hours is a testament to how broken this game has become over the last few months. Like any run of this length, there are of course some mistakes in it, but overall I think my performance was really good, so I'm pretty satisfied with it for now. It is a little unfortunate that it was just above 450. It would have been nice to get a 449 run, but it's not a big deal. There are many difficult tricks that need to be done in this run, most of which are super swims, which is where Link crosses the ocean at a ridiculous negative speed to avoid having to sail. Although that sounds really useful at first, it's not actually as useful as you might think. There are still some parts of the game which require the boat, so we can't simply do this everywhere. So at just below 5 hours, the Wind Waker is currently the second longest Zelda game. In terms of speedruns, that is. Skyward Sword is longer, but everything else is shorter. Despite its length, I feel like this is one of the cooler Zelda games to see speedrun. And the reason for that is that, well, with a length like this, it's of course closer to, I guess you could say, its natural playthrough. And I think that more people would like to see that than a run that's like incredibly glitched. That's not to say that a glitched run of the Wind Waker wouldn't be cool too, but I think I would always prefer a run like this, which does all the dungeons and gets all the Triforce charts and all that stuff. So, this intro is kinda long, but we're playing on the Japanese version, so when we actually get to some text boxes, it's not going to be quite as long as it would be on English. The amount of time saved by the Japanese version overall is roughly 15 minutes. Unfortunately, it also does lose some time to the English version. If we were to compare strictly on text, it would actually save 19 minutes. But a few minutes are lost due to the fact that there's a couple extra charts that we need to get on Japanese. That was one of the changes that they made when they produced the game for the West. This run is the result of many months of hard work on the game. I've been speedrunning it for quite a while now, since during the summer of 2012. And it's taken me a long time to get to this level. But it is a really fun game to speedrun, despite its length. So Outset Island, what we're going to do here is exactly what you would do in a regular gameplay. We're going to just go see Grandma, we're going to come back here, we're going to get the sword, we're going to go to the forest and see Tetra. Nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing worth noting during all of this really is that we're going to use save warps to skip some backtracking, and we're going to collect some rupees along the way that we're going to use to buy the sail later on. But otherwise it's pretty standard. The game doesn't really deviate from a normal route until... well, actually it really doesn't do that at all, except for perhaps during the Triforce Hunt and when we're collecting some of the charts and stuff. But it doesn't start to get crazy until maybe after the first dungeon when we start doing super swims. I should point out that this game, or this run, was done on a New Game Plus file. What I mean by that is, well, when you finish the game will ask you if you want to create a second kind of file, which is essentially exactly the same as a regular file, but Link plays with his pajamas for the entire run. That's the biggest difference, and I just thought it was cooler to do my runs on that, because I think it looks cooler. There are some other little differences. For instance, all the Hylian text has been translated to Japanese, or English if you're playing on English. And his sister has different clothes, and as you saw there, you start out with the Deluxe Picto Box, which has 0 use in this run. So that's not a concern. I used a silly file name for this run. I chose that file name after like a few failed attempts that day. I was a little frustrated at the game, so I thought I would call the file I Hate the Wind Waker. And it's going to be the only English text that you see in the gameplay. But with that said, I actually do like the Wind Waker, it's a really fun game. So by pulling out the telescope without actually moving Link, he's automatically going to be facing the right direction. I'm not sure why this is, because if you look at him when he's on the platform, he's clearly facing away into the ocean. But for some reason, when you pull out the telescope, he's automatically facing the postman. So all we have to do is aim downwards. So our next goal is to get the sword. Again, nothing out of the ordinary here. Unlike the N64 Zeldas, the fastest way to move in this game is just to roll, which is really cool. I'm really happy that we don't have to walk backwards or anything silly like that. It makes the speedrun a lot cooler to watch when you can actually see what's happening at all times. In order to get this quick combo that I'm doing right here, I'm doing the first 2 attacks normally and then holding back on the control stick. And it still counts, which is really cool because it's very fast. So now we have the sword. which is necessary for a lot of things, but first of all it's necessary to get into the forest. But before we do that, we're going to get some rupees. We need these to buy the sail when we get to Windfall later on. And these ones just happen to be on our path, so that's perfect. Jump slashes are pretty useful in this game for getting up little ledges without having to climb them. And sometimes it can help because you don't have to like run around. You can stay on the same path. So in here, there is a 20 rupee, or a red rupee, which is worth 20 inside this tree trunk that's fallen down over here. If you do a spin attack by the side of it, like the sword will pick it up. And that's going to also help us afford the sail. It wastes barely any time to get it. So these guys, we're going to have to kill them, and they take 5 hits each, which is the same as 3 regular hits and a spin attack, which is worth 2. So that's what I try to do. I try to hit them 3 times each, usually with the same attack, and then I try and spin attack them both at once. It's important that we get at least 1 green rupee from the grass here. I mean, it's not a big deal if we don't, but it's fastest to make sure that you get at least 1 green rupee. You'll probably lose about a second if you don't later on. I'm not sure how obvious it will be just yet, but the Japanese text is a lot faster than the English text. I mentioned earlier that it saves about 15 minutes overall, but you can see just from how quickly these text boxes are going by, like why it's that big of a difference. And this makes the game a lot more tolerable to speedrun. It's really difficult to sit through long cutscenes that are simply long just because of the fact that they have long text boxes, which really should be avoided. This cutscene in particular is a lot quicker on Japanese. And there's one coming up shortly after this that is actually twice as long in English as it is in Japanese. Time differences like that are just completely ridiculous, and it makes me wonder why anyone plays on the English version. I mean, obviously it's a lot easier to have for most speedrunners, but the time difference is just so large. And it makes me wonder how people can sit through the entire thing every time they do a run. So the next thing we want to do is get the shield from Grandma's house. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. You can just backflip off this ladder to skip having to climb down again. Jumping down here skips having to like climb over any fences or anything like that. It's a little faster. So coming up is the first rope game. We do 2 of these in total, but the next one isn't for a long time. And the next one is a lot harder than this one. This is the cutscene I was talking about earlier, which is twice as long in English. The main reason for that is that the text at this part right here, when he's swinging on the rope, is so slow in English that he actually swings on it an extra twice before the text box can be closed. It's pretty silly, just how big of a difference it is. So what I like to do is just hold L and right, and this way Link starts moving in the direction that I need him to move right away. And what I like to do while Link is coming off of the rope is adjust the angle of the camera so that I can simply hold up when Link lands and already be going in the right direction. It just makes it a little simpler. And this chest is the spoils bag, which has no use at all in this run, but it's required in order for the next part of the game to happen. A quick save warp here brings us back to the top of the boat, and skips a lot of backtracking. So Forsaken Fortress, we're going to come here twice in the run. Just as a normal gameplay would. Both times we don't really spend too long at this place. Although this dungeon is kinda confusing on your first playthrough, there's actually a really simple and quick route you can take to get to the end of it very fast. And that's what we're going to do here, of course. Although there are a lot of searchlights here, and instinctively you might try and disable all of them, you only have to get rid of one of them. And it's the one which like watches you when you're sidling right before the end of the dungeon. So that's the only one we're going to take out. Everything else is a waste of time. Now, normally what we would do here is we would usually have at least 36 rupees, but probably less than 40. So what we would do would be, we would grab some of the green rupees along the edge of this area up here to bring our total to 40. And then we would grab those two reds in the middle. But since I already have more than 40, that's not an issue for me, I can just grab the two reds. And that brings my total to at least 80, which is what we need for the sale. So over here, I'm going to backwalk off of this ledge here, and when Link falls down enough, I'm going to grab the ledge below and pull him inside this window. That skips going through a few rooms. And up here is the one Bokoblin search guy that we have to kill. So what we're going to do is, we're going to lure him over to the pot, and we're going to stand in front of it so that he tries to attack us, and when he does that, he's going to hit the pot and break it. And then, while he's attacking again, I'm going to spin attack him to knock him off the ledge. And as soon as you see him fall off, you know he's done. And you even heard them dying there. So with that out of the way, all that's left for this place is to go and get the sword. So I'm going to take the quickest path to that place. Now this room is kind of a weird one. What happens here, or what I'm about to do, is I'm going to put the barrel on Link's head and I'm going to take it off right away, and the game is going to, for some reason, act as though I still have it on his head for a short period of time, which allows me to get past this guy. It's pretty much worn off by now, which means that if the second guy turns around, he will see me, but because there's like the side of the stairs there, that little wall, if I get Link behind there quick enough, then he'll be out of the Moblin's range of vision, which cancels his animation where he like sees you, so you can actually survive being caught if you're quick enough in that room. We're going to do the same kind of thing here. This gives me just enough time to get past him while the effects of the barrel are still happening, which makes him the worst guard in history. You can see Link's head sort of bobbing from side to side here. The reason for that is that I'm actually alternating the stick between far left and neutral, and this makes him sidle just a little bit faster than simply holding left. So now we're at the sword. The guy that we have to kill here takes 7 hits to die, which is the same as 5 regular hits in a spin attack. So that's exactly what I'm going to do to him. It's important not to combo him before the final few hits, because if you do it too quickly he usually falls down and then you have to wait for him to get back up, and you can't attack him when he's getting back up because he has invincibility frames. But that went well. This was a really good Forsaken Fortress overall. In the English version there's actually an extra cutscene there where the boat is seen finding Link in the ocean. For some reason that wasn't in the Japanese release, so I guess that's a little time saver too. So our only goal on Windfall right now is to get the sail. We are going to come back here later on to free Tingle, which is required to get him to decipher your charts later. But for now we just want the sail, and then we're going to get off of this island. So nothing too difficult here, just going up to the sail guy. I'm obviously making sure that I don't accidentally talk to anyone along the way. But it's not really hard to avoid that stuff. I wish every text box in the game was like that one. It's really fast. What I'm doing here is I'm pulling away the sail and then pulling it out right away. Well, not right away, but like a certain time afterwards. And the reason for this is that every time you pull out the sail, the boat gets a little boost forward, which is faster than the speed that it usually moves at. So by doing this rhythmically, I'm effectively moving at the speed of that boost rather than its regular sailing speed. This actually ends up saving quite a lot of time over the course of a 5-hour run. It saves around 7 seconds per quadrant, which is quite a lot for something so simple. It can get a little tiring though. Sometimes in the ocean there are some barrels that can explode if you touch them. It's the ones that are sitting vertically in the ocean, not the ones with flags on them. So I'm just making sure that I don't accidentally hit any of those as well. So now that we have the Wind Waker, that's really useful because not only can we conduct with it, which obviously is its main use, we can also use it to super swim. Not directly, but it allows us to do a glitch called storage, which is what allows super swimming to happen, but we'll cover that after the first dungeon. For now we're just going to learn the song. So normally here you're supposed to go through a fairly long series of sidles and bomb flowers blowing up rocks and stuff, but we're going to skip all of that by jumping off of this rock. Unfortunately it does take me a few tries, but I do get it in the end, and it still saves a ridiculous amount of time. So we're going to get another bag right here, which is almost as useless as the spoils bag. This one has one use in the run, and we're about to see it. Although you can go to the outside area in here right away, Medley won't actually be there unless you do this little thing where you take the note to Kamali. And then she appears outside. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So because the wind changes a lot on its own here, I mean it does have a pattern, so you can predict where it's going to go, but it takes so long to get to the way that we want it to be that we're going to change the wind to north here, because that's the direction we're going to have to throw Medley in just a minute. Although I side-hopped off that platform, it doesn't actually make a difference. It doesn't save to any time to be closer to her before that cutscene starts. The game warps Link to where he was just there. And again, although I moved away before that cutscene started, you could probably see Link's head through those, like through the fence there. He actually moved back to where he was before, so it doesn't matter how far away you get from where this cutscene starts, the game will always put you back here. So this is the first dungeon, and most of it is going to be pretty standard. There's a few tricks here and there for the first like 2/3 of it, but the rest of it is pretty broken because we're actually going to skip the boss key entirely. I was actually wanting that guy's stick to go up the stairs instead of over to the right, but it's not a big deal. You can throw it to the last torch to skip having to walk over there. Now in the next room we're going to do the first storage of the run. This happens when I dive off of a ledge with the Wind Waker, which in itself is a glitch, and then I cancel it 3 frames before Link touches the ground. This allows you to store things like text in cutscenes, which means that if I go into a cutscene while I do that, the cutscene won't play, instead it will get stored. So that allowed me to skip the little cutscene which plays when you enter this room. And that's going to be used again later on. Many times in fact. By having Link face that bomb as it explodes, it knocks him back into the rock as it explodes. So that saved a little bit of time. So rather than throw a pot at this thing, I like to do a spin attack. It's a little bit faster. This room is a little annoying sometimes because the stick that he drops can sometimes be camouflaged against the ground pretty well and it's hard to see. But if you spin attack him as soon as he comes out of his pot, then it always lands in the same kind of area, so it's usually not an issue. Unfortunately, I have to wait for this fire thing to go back in the wall. Just got a little unlucky there. I can skip the sidle section by doing a jump slash like that, and a similar technique right here to skip having to hang on the wall. So whoops, I accidentally bonked against the wall there instead of side hopping, but little mistakes like that aren't a big deal. This text right here can be stored as well with a Wind Waker dive storage in the previous room, but it's not really worth it on Japanese because the text is so quick anyway. So the easiest way to get the key from this bird is just to stab it. The sword will actually pick up the key. And I have to be careful that I don't accidentally roll off the edge here. So these things each take 5 hits to kill, so 3 hits and a spin attack is the quickest way. I kinda screwed that up, but it's not a big deal. I try to kill these 2 guys at the same time to save a little bit of time. in this room it's best to stand in the center platform until the thing opens its claws and then just run around it, because when it has its claws open it's not going to move too much. I was a little early with that side hop, so I wasn't quite at the door. That was a perfect fight with those guys. That rarely happens. They rarely cooperate as well as they did there, where they like stuck together for every one of the hits. And that also was a perfect fight. Although I would have liked it if the moblin moved more to the right, so I could be closer to the cell. But I'm really not going to complain, that was really good. So now that we have the grapple hook, it's time to go and kill the boss. Rather than go up on that platform there, we can actually reach the thing from down here, which saves a little bit of time. But as I mentioned earlier, we're actually going to skip the boss key, and we're going to do that by getting storage once again, and this time we're going to store the chest opening animation. And what's going to happen during that is that the chest opening is going to get interrupted, and we're going to be moving around as though we were opening the chest at the same time, which means that Link's hitbox is reduced to what it is during the chest opening scene. And during that it's a lot smaller than it usually is, which means we can fit through little things. It also lets us walk up walls to some extent, just enough to get through this door up here. Unfortunately, I was a little overconfident here, and I rolled straight at the crack without taking the second to line it up. But we get in third try, so it's still pretty good, especially considering that I got storage first try. You heard the rupee counter go up there. That was because that chest that I got storage with contains a yellow rupee, which is worth 10. And because I entered a loading zone there, the storage got cancelled, which means that the chest finally got fully opened and we got its contents. So what you saw there was one of the main uses of storage. The other one is the super swim, and it's going to be soon that we see that for the first time. So what I like to do for this boss is backflip right away, because it puts me out of immediate danger, because she can hit you as soon as the fight starts. It's rare, but it can happen. And what I'm going to try and do for the first 3 hits is I'm going to try and end the first 3 hits so that I'm in front of her after the final one. This way, as soon as I can attack her eye, I'm already standing right in front of her, which means I don't have to run around the room. It's not a problem right now since we have to wait anyway. Always careful about the fireballs as well. It's important not to get hit by those. So I'm behind the boss right now, which means that when I grapple across I'm going to be in front of her, which is exactly where I want to be for the next half of the fight. You can see Link in that cutscene there. Looks really silly. But because he's so close to her, I can just quickly bring her down. Unfortunately I fell in the lava just there, but it's not really a big deal. So that second phase could have gone a little better, but whatever. It's really not a huge deal at all. It was still pretty fast. So this is the first dungeon finished now, and I'm going to skip the heart container that the boss gives us because I just simply don't need it. I will get a few later on to help with something later on in the run, but the ones that I get are the ones that are like closest to the warp, without wasting any time getting them, and this one isn't one of those. So when this cutscene here is over, what we're going to do is we're going to get dry storage again. And just to remind you, that's when we do a Wind Waker dive off of a ledge. We pull out the Wind Waker as soon as Link climbs up the ledge, and then we cancel it 3 frames before he touches the ground. Now, we've already seen what happens when you open a chest when you do that, but one of the other effects of it is if you pull out the Wind Waker while it's active, then the camera gets locked behind Link. And we'll see that in just a second. But what it means is that if I were to hold up while the camera's like that, then Link is going to rotate 180 degrees in the space of 1 frame. So if I were to keep holding up, he would basically oscillate every other frame. And if you do that in the water, then you can build up a tremendous amount of speed. Because much like Mario 64, there's no cap on negative speed in this game. And this allows us to swim across the ocean at a ridiculous speed. What I'm trying to do right now, before I take off, is I'm trying to get some air refills from the shore. I kind of screwed that up, but I do get it the second time. And now that I've noticed that I get it, I pause, bring up the mini-map, and move my way from the island. And then I'm going to charge up the rest of the Super Swim, so that I have enough speed to make it to Bird's Peak Rock. Which is where we're going to go next, and is where we're going to get the first Triforce chart. So again, I just brought up the mini-map to make sure he was facing the right direction. By drowning against the side of the island, the game thinks that I've made it to the island, so it spawns me on top of it. Now here, I'm going to grapple Link through the wall, and I'm going to jump out of the grapple at the last minute, while he's still merged with the wall, and this puts him inside the grate, which means I can just go inside this hole and skip the little seagull minigame that you're supposed to do here. It might seem pretty ridiculous to be getting something for the Triforce Hunt this early on, but it's directly on our paths and it's just an opportunity we can't pass up. So back outside, I'm going to use a similar trick, actually the same kind of thing, to get back outside. There's a spot on the wall where the grapple will still connect with that wooden post, and like before, it just pulls you straight through. So now that I'm in the boat, he's going to pull us into basically the part of the ocean that we're supposed to be at right now. For this part of the game, you're expected to just sail south and not really deviate from this route at all, and if you try to, then there's a small cutscene like this one, only a lot shorter obviously, where the boat drags you back into this like column of quadrants. Because I'm like an entire quadrant east of where I should be, there's a fairly long cutscene where the boat's going to pull me back in. And after this is done, I'm actually going to sail pump over to the barrels on the way to Forest Haven, because this is like just before the part where the island loads, and I'm going to wait there until it turns night. And this is really important because if I go here when it's day, and then if I do the next section after the dungeon too quickly, then it can actually screw up the cycle for the ghost ship later on in the game. The ghost ship like appears on a bunch of quadrants and he cycles through all of them, and it's important that he's at a certain one, so it's worth it to just like take the small time loss here and make sure that he appears at the optimal quadrant. This way it'll be night when I get to Endless Night, rather than day still. So now that I can see that it's turning to night, I can just finish moving towards the island. As long as it's starting to turn night when you reach an island like this, it will continue to pass time until it reaches night. But if you get there before it turns night, before it starts to turn night, then it's going to be stuck in daytime until you leave this quadrant. So I'm going to use another Wind Waker dive in just a second, but I'm not going to get storage this time. I'm going to use it to dive underneath the surface of the water and quickly get to the Deku Tree's room. So by pulling out the Wind Waker as soon as Link climbs up there, well, it's already in his hand of course, he just falls straight back down and through the water. And because there's water at the loading zone up here, when I swim to it, it's going to warp me up there. And this skips having to deal with the grapple hook at all on the way up, which is kind of slow. So I try to kill as many of these things with the one spin attack that I can. And that fight went really well. I took a little damage, but I didn't actually lose time because of it, so it's not an issue. So we're now going to go and grab the Deku Leaf, which is one of the most useful items in this run. Of course, I'm being careful as always not to talk to anyone along the way. When I get up to this platform, I'm going to stand in a specific spot so that when I grapple onto this next thing, I don't have to adjust Link's angle and I can just release it right away and jump straight into the flower. I side hop into this instead of picking it up normally because it skips the little animation where he holds it above his head, which saves a little time. So for now I'm going to save warp and go back to the boat, rather than take the traditional route to get to the dungeon. This one's a lot faster. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to jump out of the boat into the cyclone, and before Link touches the ocean, I'm going to pull out the leaf and get propelled all the way to the dungeon. And this skips having to change the wind twice, as well as waiting for the cyclone to go around the platform an extra time. I like to do a leaf attack there by pressing the leaf button just so that guy doesn't knock me out of the air. This dungeon right here is pretty broken. We're going to use storage twice in it, and it's going to completely screw up the order that we do everything in. In the second room, we're going to use some leaf pumps, and what I mean by that is I'm going to pull away the leaf and then pull it out again right away afterwards. And this helps preserve Link's height during a leaf like this. There would be no way that I could make it to this platform if I didn't leaf pump there. Because he actually loses height kind of rapidly compared to if you're leaf pumping. And by pulling away the leaf just before he reaches a platform, I can grab the edge of it. I'm going to use that right here to skip having to bring the cable car over to Link. Now here's where we get storage for the first time in this dungeon. Rather than destroy the flower on the door with the nut from the other side of the room, which takes forever to get across, we're going to use a stick to do it. It takes 2 hits from the stick to do it, but you have to throw the stick at it in order to hit it, because if you go too close to it, it just closes. I'm trying to aim for the middle of it, because sometimes the stick will bounce around and fall off the platform if you don't hit it dead in the centre. So now that that's destroyed, I'm going to open the chest to get chest storage, and remember this makes Link's hitbox really small, and it means that he can walk up certain walls. So with this active, I'm ready to take on the rest of the dungeon and get to the mini boss room in the complete opposite order from what they expected us to do. So this thing on the wall can be walked up when we have storage active, and I can just side hop off the top of it and leaf my way across to the large flower in the centre of the room. And because I can walk up walls, I can just easily get on top of that. And what I'm doing here, it takes a few tries, but I'm trying to open this pot over here, which is going to let me quickly warp back to this room later on. That's going to be useful pretty soon. This wall can also be walked up when you have storage active, and this series of rooms is going to take us to the other side of the mini-boss room that usually you would go to after the mini-boss room. This room right here is kind of scary because those things, if they touch you once, you're going to fall down, and your run is pretty much over if that happens, because you'll lose storage. But we made it across. It's important to have at least one unit of magic when you enter this room so that you can use the leaf against Mothula. The idea here is to leaf it and to try and hit it 4 times with your sword. Unfortunately I only got 1 hit in the first time, but after I leaf it the second time I managed to get the other hits in. So, pretty mediocre fight. Could definitely save a little bit of time here. But I would say that's probably the hardest mini-boss in the game to do fast. So now that we have this, we're going to save warp back to the start of the dungeon and use the pot that we opened just a minute ago. We're going to get storage again right away, using a different chest in another room. We can't use the same chest that we already did because it's now permanently open. But fortunately this one's right on our path. So I drop down here and I kill all of these guys because they really slow you down. One of the side effects of having chest storage is that Link can't grab onto ledges easily, so that's why I had to do a jump attack with the sword to reach those ledges. So I like to refill my magic here because this nut has a guaranteed magic drop. And because storage is active, we can just walk right through the side of that door. And again, you heard the rupee thing going up. That's because we got the contents of the chest during that loading zone. This boss is a bit of a troll. His second phase is really easy, but his first phase is kind of annoying. It takes me quite a few hits to knock him off the ceiling here. It's possible to do it in 1 hit, but it's really hard. So speedrunners tend to aim for 2 hits, but it takes me quite a few more than that in this run, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the boomerang came back to me really quickly there, a lot quicker than I was expecting. I'm kinda getting trolled by his arms right now. Well, he's off the ceiling, so it's fine from here on out. A bit of a rough fight, but an overall really good dungeon, I think. It's another heart container that we're going to skip. So 2 dungeons down, and 2 perils down, just 1 more to go. So a quick save warp here takes us back to the vault. Now I'm going to talk to the vault because I'm going to have to do that sooner or later anyway. And I want to get his text out of the way so it doesn't get in the way of my super swim that I'm about to do. Unfortunately, this storage spot is kind of a pain. I was a little too far to the left there, which means that I can't actually climb back up. I have to go around the long way. And because of the fact that the boat is bobbing up and down in the water, it means that the distance that you have to fall isn't constant like it usually is for storage. And sometimes Link likes to climb on the wall. He just likes to hop on it instead of climb on it properly. So unfortunately I lose a bit of time here. There we go, that was pretty rough. The super swim is actually pretty nice, so I can't complain too much. So already we're placing the first peril. Well, actually the peril that we just got is the second peril, I guess. And after this comes probably the worst super swim in the game. And by worst I mean you're most likely to get screwed over by it. But it does go well in this run. But just in case, I like to save the game here. I usually allow myself one failure of it because of how random it is. I just want to point out that this trick, the Wind Waker dive, and cancelling it before he hits the ground is frame perfect. In fact, it's 2 frame perfect tricks. The dive itself is frame perfect and cancelling it is also frame perfect. That's why sometimes it takes a few tries to get. The reason this super swim is a pain is because sometimes you just simply won't have enough speed to make it to where you need to go, which is the reef next to Great Fish. And sometimes, even when you get there, and you drown against the side of the island, he doesn't spawn on the island. Instead he appears back here on his boat. But everything went well in this run, so I'm really happy about that. This is by far one of the most nerve-wracking parts of the run. But everything turned out fine. The reason we don't super swim directly to Great Fish is because a cutscene plays when we get there, and if we were to super swim directly to it, the game would actually soft lock since we don't have the boat with us. So we just super swim to the thing nearest to it and then sail the rest of the way. So like before, I'm going to talk to the king because he has some text that we have to sit through regardless. And then I'm going to get storage again, and I'm going to super swim to the next triangle island. What I like to do as a backup strat here is, if I realise that I don't have enough speed to make it all the way, I like to stop off at Tingle Island, which is kind of like a halfway point between where I'm going and where I'm at right now. But it's a lot slower because you have to recharge your super swim afterwards. But it is also a lot safer. But it goes pretty well in this run, so not an issue. Because it's endless night right now, everything is a little darker than it usually is at night, and that makes it a little bit hard to see the island, so I like to be extra careful here and just bring up the map a bunch more extra times, just to make sure that I'm not going to miss it. I was kind of circling around it right here, but I do make it onto it. Just barely. I was really nervous when I was doing this part actually, I thought the run was going to end there. So now that that peril is placed, we can save warp again. The reason for this save warp is that it brings the bolt here, because we actually left him back at Great Fish. I'm going to get storage once again, and the purpose of this storage is to store the cutscene that plays when we get to Windfall. As you can see, the cutscene got stored, it didn't play, and it just warped me to where Link would be at the start of the cutscene. So our next goal is to free Tingle. Although this is a Tunerless run, we still do have to free him so he can decipher our charts later on. What I do there to make sure that Link lands on the switch is I hold L and make him move forward by like a step or two, and then just do 2 side hops to the left, and he gets wedged between the pots if you do it like that, and he lands right on the switch. So here's the Tingle Tuner that we're not going to use at all, but we have to get anyway. So the next thing that I want to do here is I want to get inside the pirate ship. Normally you're supposed to give them a password that you learn from watching a cutscene in the bomb shop, but that takes really long, and there's a cool trick that we can do to skip it. Once again involving storage. I'm going to store the king's text, and I'm going to bring up that text box when I get to Tingle's door. I'm going to open the door, and I'm going to cancel the text box during that animation, and this means that I can run around while Link is in the state that he's in when he's opening the door, in which his hitbox is really tiny, and it allows me to just pass through the door that I'd normally need a password for. One of the side effects, unfortunately, is that the screen is white, but if you pause the game, you can briefly see where you are. So I use that to line Link up and then just roll right through the door. So this is the second game that you have to do for Nico. It's a lot harder than the first one, but it's still nothing too bad. So I like to just hold L and right again and just side hop onto the switch. And just run straight at the rope. Quickly change angles and start swinging. You have to swing 3 times or else you just won't have enough speed to make it to the next one. And then when this rope is at its leftmost point, you can reach it if you jump off the ledge. These things actually have a pretty wide hitbox, so although it looked like I was going to fall there, like I knew I wasn't going to when I was doing the run. So I'm going to equip the bombs when I pause here, because they're the next item that I'm going to need when I get back to Outset. So the next thing that we want to do is go back to Outset. And previously, the way we did that was we went into the Cyclone and we basically just hoped that he sent us to Outset. And there was like a 1 in 7 chance that he would, so it wasn't reliable at all. But since we have super swims now, we can actually just do that and get there really quickly. Unfortunately, when you do super swim to Outset, there is a cutscene that plays, and during that cutscene you're supposed to be in your boat, so the game soft locks if you do it without being in your boat. So what I did there was, I got storage, I brought up the king's text, and while it was on screen I got storage again. This is called double storage, and it means that when I get to Outset, it's going to store the cutscene. So it won't play, and that means the game won't soft lock. It's a really long distance, so I'm making extra sure that I have enough speed to cover it. Fortunately, that area is really good for getting air refills, which means I can charge up speed without losing too much air. So again, every time I bring up the minimap, it's just to make sure that Link is facing the right direction. It's important to keep him as straight as possible while charging up speed, because when you turn around he loses some speed. So that looked good, so I decided to release the Super Swim after I unpaused, and already we're about to approach Outset. That's just how fast it is. We covered the entire map in just a few seconds there. And that right there was when the cutscene was stored, and Link fell out of the water. So now that we're back here, the next thing I want to do is go and grab the first wallet upgrade. We need to get both of these during the run in order to hold enough rupees for Tingle to decipher our charts later on. Now in here, when you blow up this rock with a bomb, there's a fairly long pause where Link is just standing still and you can't control him. So I like to get storage here. Unfortunately it does take me a few tries because it's really laggy in here, which makes the timing kind of difficult. So I don't really think I actually saved any time by getting storage here. It probably broke even, or maybe even lost a little bit of time. But because I stored that cutscene, I'm able to move right away as soon as the rock explodes. I'm also going to grab a fairy in here to give to Grandma so that we can get the soup. The soup is really useful because not only does it replenish your magic, it also gives you double damage for the sword until you next take damage. Both of those are very useful in this run. So now we can hold 1,000 rupees, and the other wallet that we're going to get later on lets us hold 5,000, which is more than we need, but 1,000 isn't enough. So now we have this soup. This is really useful in the run, as I just mentioned, and the main reason that it's so useful is that due to a glitch, we can actually use it an infinite number of times and it never runs out. Basically, if you try to drink the soup and pause the game on the same frame and then swap it out for a different item on that button, then Link will drink the soup and he'll get the effects of it, but it won't actually deplete what's in the bottle. So we can just use it as many times as we have to, and since we need to leaf around a lot of places and use magic in various places in the game all the time, then it's really good to be able to replenish your magic whenever you have to. This looks really slow, but it's actually the fastest way to get around the island. The wind is just in an unfortunate position, and it's quicker to go around this side than the other side. You do get a little boost when you land from a hop, so I try to use that to get around a little quicker. This door right here can be taken down in 3 bombs, as long as you hit the cracks every time, but it's a little difficult to do. So we finally have all 3 pearls and we can go to Tower of the Gods now. The fastest way to get there from here is yet another super swim. Unfortunately for us, there's a storage spot right around the corner from here, which is really easy to do. Unfortunately, the super swim isn't quite as easy as that storage spot. It's quite difficult to get an air refill here. What I try to do is aim him towards the stone at the back of the pier, because sometimes he gets an air refill there, but unfortunately a few times in this he goes a little too close to the land and he actually loses his speed. So that was a little sloppy, but in the end it still worked. And I should have enough speed now to make it to the island. I actually got an air refill just by touching the very edge of that island. which pretty much guaranteed that I was going to land on it, so that put my mind at ease. So, long cutscene coming up with no text in it. This is the best part of the run to take a break at. Like if you want to go grab a drink or something. So out of all the dungeons in the game, the one that we're about to do, Tower of the Gods, is probably the least broken. There's only one big trick in it. And it's, admittedly it is a pretty big one, it skips the entire first floor. But everything else about it is very routine. The first floor of this dungeon is really irritating to play through. There's just so many things that are like dependent on the water level and stuff, and it's really not fun. Fortunately, all of it is skipped in this speedrun. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to use the statue over here to push Link through the wall, and from there I'm going to be able to leaf around to the back of the thing in the centre of the room. This trick looks really cool, but it's not actually that hard to do. And again, you can see the importance of leaf pumps here. There's no way he would have been able to make it without them. And that right there skips the worst part of this dungeon. In order to get to the upper floor of this dungeon, we actually have to get all the statues. This can't be avoided because the trigger for the upper floor just doesn't appear until you have all 3 statues in place. What's kind of cool here is that if you jump at just the right moment, those chews will try and get you, and they'll actually just fall to their deaths at the same time. It looks kind of funny. The command melody, which is the song we just learned, isn't particularly useful in this dungeon in a speedrun. In fact, you can skip playing it entirely, although I am still going to play it one time just to be safe. But it's absolutely crucial for the Earth and Wind temples. In this room, it is possible to side hop around the boundary of the room with the statue in your hand, and using a very precise angle and a very precise hop, you can actually jump past one of the pillars at the side of the room, and this means that you can skip playing the command melody here, but it's a very risky strategy in my opinion. I've had a lot of bad luck with it in the past, and I prefer to just play the command melody and take the small time loss. I look at it this way, it's faster to do the strategy that I'm doing right here than to do the hops method and fail it once. Even if you get it a second time, you've wasted enough time that it would have been worth it to just not do it at all. So in my opinion, it's not worth going for. I have to be careful there not to press A when it's flashing, because then Link will talk to the king. You saw there that I swapped out the soup for another item and he still drank it. That was the soup glitch like I mentioned earlier. I'm going to be using that quite a lot in this run. So right now I have double damage on the sword, which means that I can kill this guy really quickly. And I also replenish my magic. So this was a bit of an odd fight. Usually it doesn't go this way, usually you spin attack him until his armor falls off. But my final spin attack didn't really work. I pressed B way too early and he just stabbed him instead. But I still managed to finish him off pretty quickly. So in here, I like to knock these things out of the air, just by leafing them. If you do that, their flame extinguishes and they just fall to their deaths, but because they're so far away, they can be a little hard to hit sometimes. If they fall over the void, then they die, but if they fall when they're over land, then they just fall on the land. So with 2 down, 1 more to go. The case in this room can really troll you. It can sometimes knock you off the ladder and force you to climb it again many times, but he was pretty cooperative this time. If you leaf to the end of this platform and then just drop right before it, you can actually make it onto this ledge before the platform gets too low. So what you saw me doing there was I leafed on top of the platform next to where the statue is, and by calling him while I was there and then jumping across, I was able to avoid playing the command melody. So this is the third and final statue. We can go to the upper floor now and grab the boss key and then fight the boss. I try to jump slash right into the center of this thing because if you miss the center, then there's a small animation where he walks into the center after he lands from the jump slash, and if you land right in there, then it skips that. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to leaf onto this thing and jump over the lasers. This means that I don't have to put the statues on the pads to disable them. And now that I have the boss key, the game assumes that I've already done that with the statues, so it automatically gets rid of them. So outside here I can just jump attack over all of these lasers, except for the one where there's two at once. It is possible to do it there, but it's kind of precise. So usually we just take damage and then roll through. I'll be using the damage and vulnerability frames. So this boss right here isn't particularly hard to do, but in my opinion he's probably the second hardest boss to speedrun, due to the fact that the battle can go really badly for no real reason. It's supposed to take 2 hits per hand for each round, and then 2 hits on each eye, but sometimes the hands take more than that. Like, I'm not really sure why it happens, but it just does sometimes and we don't really know why. And the randomness here kind of makes this fight a bit unpredictable at times. So the only fight that I think is worse than this is the Puppet Ganon fight near the end of the game. But I didn't get screwed over that way in this run, so I'm pretty happy about that. Although sometimes, as you saw there, the arrow just goes right through his head. It seems to happen when he's moving, but I don't know, it's kind of hard to fight him like this. If you run under him when he's about to shoot, then he actually stops. Well, unfortunately it was too close to the edge there. I wasn't able to do it. So I was a little nervous there when I was doing this because when you get really low on arrows, sometimes he tries to give you an arrow refill out of his nose, and there's a little cutscene that plays when that happens, which obviously wastes time. But I managed to get him on the ground before that happened. The fact that I had a bomb in my hand there doesn't actually change anything. I didn't take damage because it exploded during the cutscene, it's just done for style points. I like to grab the heart container here for help with something later on. There's a part of the game later on where we have to take damage a lot, and this way I can guarantee more or less that I won't have to soup during it. This isn't the only heart container we get the one in the Wind Temple too. So right here, rather than climb up the ladder, you can actually grapple your way up from the bottom of the ladder, which is kind of neat. And if I hold R while this is happening, then he actually stops swinging, and this cutscene looks really ridiculous. This part kind of marks the end of the first chapter of the game, being the first 3 dungeons. And I think this is where it starts to get really cool, both in terms of speedrunning and in terms of just regular gameplay. Of course, we still have a few cutscenes to sit through before anything cool happens again. So right here I'm equipping the Wind Waker, and that's because I plan to do storage inside here to skip the King's text when he's telling you about the blocks. Up until a few months ago, after we got the Master Sword, we were supposed to, as you would expect, kill all the enemies in here to get back out of the castle, but there was actually a trick found that lets you skip all of that, which we'll see really soon, and it looks really, really cool. It saves a ton of time. So as you saw there, I stored his text, which means I don't have to listen to it. This part of the game looks really nice. It has a really cool atmosphere. I like the fact that it has that Link to the Past theme playing in the background. It's a cool little throwback. It really is a shame that more of the game didn't take place in Hyrule. So back upstairs, we're gonna perform this new trick that I just mentioned a minute ago. Well, it's not a new trick anymore, but it's a really cool one anyway. It's gonna let us clip out of bounds and make it to the loading zone for the outside area without killing anyone. Before I do that, I like to get this pot over here because it's a guaranteed arrow drop. And that's going to be necessary for taking down Cyclos in just a few minutes. So I'm going to use a bomb here to push him through. And yeah, he's now out of bounds. I can just leaf pump my way into this loading zone. And since I'm outside, if I do a save warp, it's going to put me next to my bolt, which is at the other side of the castle. And that saves a few minutes. Because it really takes quite a while to kill everything in that room. And since I'm back outside, the game just assumes that they're all dead. Which means that the next time I go in there, we're actually going to see the little cutscene where the electric fence is dispelled. So our next goal is to get Ballad of Gales from Cyclos, which is just northwest of where we spawn. So he takes 3 arrow shots to come down, and these can actually be kind of hard to aim. I'm never quite sure where I'm supposed to aim, so I just try and hit like the center of this cloud or something. But because we're quite low on arrows, we have to be careful not to waste too many. This song is really useful for travelling around. It's especially useful during the Triforce Hunt. So next destination is Forsaken Fortress. Again. And we're going to get there by super swimming from Windfall. Although this distance isn't anywhere near as long as the Outset Super Swim was, I like to make sure that I have a lot of speed just to ensure that Link makes it. because it's really easy to get air refills here, so there's no reason not to. And then I'm just going to charge the rest of it up. Since the game is supposed to be at night, when you get to this place you're going to see the time rapidly change from day to night right now, and it looks kind of weird. What I want to do now is get to the west side of Forsaken Fortress, because there's a spot of land there that you can stop on, and right next to it you can do a Wind Waker dive to get underneath the water and make your way inside the fortress without your bolt and without bombing the door. I'm being extra careful here to make sure I don't just jump off the edge. I think I was a little too careful though, because this took quite a few tries. So now that Link's underwater, my goal is to navigate him into the loading zone for the cutscene for Phantom Ganon, which is just by the big door around this corner. Since we got here without the boat, the sound in this cutscene is really messed up. Only some of it plays. So I like to let him miss his first shot, because sometimes he spawns behind you afterwards, and that's like the optimal way for the battle to go. Unfortunately, he didn't spawn behind me a second time, so I just go and play tennis with him. Still a good fight overall. So the Skull Hammer, it is actually possible to finish this game without the Skull Hammer, but it's a lot slower. It's the sort of thing you might see in a low percent run, but this is any percent. What's interesting is that when the enemies were approaching him there, you could hear the sea enemy music as if I was still in my boat. That's one of the side effects of Super Swimming to Forsaken Fortress. All the sound is back to normal now since we went through a loading zone though. Forsaken Fortress 2 is the laggiest part of the game, and the reason for that is that the place is crawling with mini-blins, these little things. Everywhere that they show up in this game there's tremendous lag, and there's so many of them here that it's really laggy. So I'm going to change the wind to south so that I can leaf across these gaps without having to sidle. And it's also the wind that we want after this place anyway, so everything works out. Those pots there always have arrows and magic in them, so it's completely worth it to get them every time. So coming up after this cutscene is the Helmaroc fight. Some speedrunners prefer to do a zombie hover during this fight, and that is faster overall if you get it, but there's some luck involved with it, and I don't really like zombie hovering in general because I just find the mashing to be uncomfortable. And it's really demotivating if you can't take off and Link dies, because that's a massive time loss. So what I like to do is just fight the bird, but I use a really cool trick to skip the second phase of the fight, which I'll explain when we get there. I love the voice acting in this game, it's really funny. The little grunts and groans that everyone does. So nothing too special here, I'm just gonna roll up the entire thing. If you're slow with your rolls, then sometimes you'll like peck away part of the boardwalk and Link won't quite be off it yet and it forces him to do a little hop. Obviously that's slower than just rolling ahead of him. If I was gonna do the zombie hover, when I got to the top of this place I would jump off the side and leap around the king. But since I'm not going to do it, I'm just going to hit him with the hammer to start the fight. So the idea here is to hit him 3 times with the hammer, and after you hit him the 4th time, a little cutscene plays where his mask breaks off. What's interesting about that cutscene is that after it, the game warps Link to right in front of his head, regardless of where he was beforehand. That's just how the cutscene is. And this is useful because if we get the Helmaroc to peck on the spikes while he's facing the spikes, then if we break his mask off like that, then it actually warps Link to beyond the spikes. Which means we can skip the entire second phase. So I'm just kind of hoping that he lands here so I can like get the 3rd hit in. This sort of stuff is the main reason why people don't like to do this fight. It's a little random, but I'm just more comfortable with it than zombie hovering. So for the final hit, I want to get him to land near the spikes, and the idea is to just lure him over and get him to peck them. This was a pretty good fight overall. I really can't complain, he mostly cooperated. And as you can see now, Link has been warped to the other side of the spikes, which means I can just go straight up to Ganon's door. So right here is a pretty long chain of cutscenes, and unfortunately pretty much all of it has text, so we can't really use it as a break. I guess this one is kind of a cool cutscene though. At least the first few times. The expressions on Link's face are really well done in this game. It's so simple yet so effective. Like, he looks genuinely scared during this cutscene, which was never really the case in Ocarina of Time or anything like that. Pretty lucky. It's revealed later on in the game. Well, I guess it's kind of optional, but you can find out that like there's a portal from Forsaken Fortress to Hyrule. And I guess, like, obviously the implication is that that's how Ganon gets down there. But there's no way he escaped that fire in time. He must have been badly burned. So now you're going to see the effects of skipping the barrier, the electric barrier on Hyrule 1. That little cutscene has to play there because it never happened the last time we were down here. I kind of used a bad word there by saying skipping the barrier. I should point out that the actual barrier in Hyrule cannot be skipped. Like, it's just completely impossible and it's never going to happen. Unless somehow there's like a door in Hyrule somewhere that we can open and get storage from. You can't zombie hover over it because even if you try to do that, the barrier still knocks you back. And it just falls down. Not to mention it's really, really high. I feel like the only way we could ever actually skip it would be if some kind of wrong warp glitch was found that would just warp us to Ganon's castle or something like that. Much like the one in Ocarina of Time. But that would make this game a lot less fun to speedrun. So now Tetra is going to undergo a complete personality change. Kind of funny how that happens. Not sure what Nintendo's trying to imply. So we're going to leave Hyrule now, and we're not going to come back to it until the end of the game. Actually, you can't come back to it until the end of the game. You would think that all the cutscenes would be over after he stops talking, but there's another long one that we have to wait through right after this, unfortunately. So this cutscene is going to give us the fire and ice arrows, which are required to get the power bracelets, and the iron boots, which are required to get in the earth and wind temples. They're also useful in a bunch of other places. Here's Fee Jr. I love the part of this cutscene where the king like looks at Link right at the end. It's kind of awkward and funny. Yeah, like right here. He's totally embarrassed. So now we're gonna get back to the gameplay. For a little while anyway. There's still a few cutscenes coming up. There certainly are a lot of cutscenes in this game. I must have mentioned it like 20 times by now or something. But the next thing we're going to do is grab the power bracelets. They're just south of Dragon Roost. Now, what's weird about this is that since we super swam away from Dragon Roost at the start of the game, we never actually talk to the map fish. So when we try to go down this path in the boat, he's actually going to appear, because this is the only part of the game where like his first text can be triggered. So it looks kind of silly to see him this late in the run. I like to get out of the boat just before the arrow hits the thing, because that means I don't have to get out of it afterwards. He like climbs out during the cutscene, which saves a little bit of time. So, a few of these ledges you can jump slash up, even though they look way too high. I don't really know why that is, but whatever. Like this one right here, and this one. You would never think to do that, but it works. I'm going to change the wind to northeast here so that I can just leaf across this gap, and it's also the wind that's like the most beneficial for the next part of the run. I'm not going to change the wind again for a long time, until during the Triforce Hunt actually. That ledge right there was like as tall as Link, and you could still jump slash up of it. It's pretty weird. So for these guys, the easiest and quickest way to kill them is to just parry them, because it takes them out in one hit. Otherwise it's pretty much impossible to kill them in one hit, because you have to hit their eye and then kill them after they're stunned. So power bracelets, these let us into the Earth Temple, which is where we're going to go next. But we can't actually enter the dungeon right now, we're just going to go and learn the song that we have to teach to Medley. Since my wind is northeast right now, it's best to just warp to Outset and then sail east. It doesn't take too long to get there. If the wind wasn't east though, I could probably sail to Outset and do a super swim to this island, but it's only one quadrant I think, so it's not really worth it. So something interesting about this cutscene on the Japanese version is that the Zora looks like a person, or well, not a person obviously, but like it looks like an actual character from the game and not a ghost. And it's the same with Fado later on, the guy from the Wind Temple that looks kind of like Link. They have, I don't know, non-transparent models in the Japanese version, but when they translated the game to English, they made them look like ghosts. They also added some sound effects to this cutscene, which, like, make it sound like there's a ghost there or something. So, yeah, pretty poor attempt right now. So next thing I'm going to do is get the iron boots. We don't need these for the Earth Temple, but it's easier to just get them right now. The quickest way around this island is this really cool leaf that you can do. You just like jump off the platform and pull out the leaf and you can make your way right around to the entrance without having to like climb on all those little platforms in the middle, you just climb on one of them. Because this place is kind of hard to navigate. So I'm really happy that this trick exists. And in here, we're just going to do a well-timed roll to get past this wind. And it skips like everything you're supposed to do in here. I'm not sure if that was intentional actually. I mean, it's really easy to do. It's been a long time since I've really looked around in here though. So the next thing I'm going to do is go and teach Medley the song that I learned. And then it's going to be off to the Earth Temple. There's guaranteed magic in these pots here, and that's going to be useful right here because the wind is not in a good direction for getting across this gap, so I like to leaf pump because he gets a little boost of speed every time you do that. That means you can clear that gap without having to grapple over. This cutscene right here looks kind of strange during the day. Well, maybe not this part of it, but the later part, where you see Kamali and stuff like that. I feel like it was probably supposed to be viewed at night, but I got here so fast that it's still daytime. The music in this cutscene is pretty cool. Actually, this game has really good music in general. Probably the best out of the Zelda series, in that regard. So the next stop is the Earth Temple, which means we're going to sail back to Outset, or warp back to Outset, then sail to it. The Earth Temple is probably the most broken dungeon in the game now. It's really ridiculous to someone that's never watched a speedrun before. So just as in a regular playthrough of this game, we're going to need Medley for most of this dungeon. But there's a lot of rooms in the second half of it where you're supposed to need her, and we can actually skip using her there, which saves a lot of time. First room is pretty normal, nothing to say here really. Yeah, I kind of fell too far to the left there. It's a silly mistake. So in here I try to kill these chews in a certain order so that the green ones don't like shrink down and disappear. I kind of screw it up a little bit. But it's really not a huge time loss at all. Those things have got to be my least favourite enemies in the game, just because of the fact that they can like become invincible for a little while, unless you hit them with a hammer. But that's kind of slow. So what you're supposed to do here is use Medley to shine the light into the mist so that Link can go through and use his hammer on the switch, but if you just jump above it like this, then you can skip doing that. Now, when I'm in this room, I look for a specific tile on the ground, and when I'm on it, like, I throw Medley. This way, when I get the light to shine through, I don't actually have to adjust her at all. I can just play the command melody, press A for her to shine her shield, or her harp or whatever, and then instantly go back to Link. So like, I don't even have to wait to check that it hits the chest because like I've lined it up so that it's definitely going to happen. When you're leaving this room, you can bring Medley with you, but then you risk getting hurt by some of the enemies, and if one of the hands grabs Medley, then a little cutscene plays, and it takes forever to get her back, so I prefer to just do what I did there and run through and go back in to get her. So in here, by pulling out the leaf while in midair with Medley, I can cancel it right before I hit that ledge and climb up. And this is a lot quicker than having to like kill all the chews and stuff like that, obviously. It's possible to skip the command melody here, but it involves a bomb boost, which is kind of precise to angle. And it doesn't really save that much time, so I don't bother going for it. If you do vertical slashes on him like I did there, you can actually kill him really quickly. Normally you have to wait for like a second or so between hits with any other kind of attack. By standing in a specific spot there, I was able to use Medley's harp without actually commanding her, which is really cool. So I like to leave Medley there because she's pretty much useless until we have the mirror shield. There's no need to bring her any further right now. The best way to do this room is for you to like hit the pole quickly enough with the boomerang that his flame is still on the ground, and then you can just take damage from that rather than having the moblin hit you. So this room overall went pretty well for me. Those guys can really troll sometimes, but they cooperated this run. This room right here has a pretty big skip in it. You're supposed to jump down and kill all the things inside the coffins, but if you jump on top of this coffin and then just leaf back across, it stays open and you can just boomerang the key up to you. I'm backflipping here because it skips the animation where he holds the key above his head. And already, just a few minutes into the dungeon, we're at the mini-boss. And of course we're not actually going to fight him, because that would be a waste of time. By doing some precisely timed leaf pumps, I can actually grab this ledge right here. And skip the entire fight. One side effect of doing this is that when I leave this room, the mini-boss music is going to continue to play, And it's going to stay like that until I have to play the Earth God's lyric again. Because I got that trick so fast, the Stalfos is in a bad spot though, so like I like to hit him with the boomerang just so that he can't hit me. Because sometimes he tries to swing at you as soon as you get back down. So right here is where the dungeon gets really crazy. This is where everything's about to break. The first thing I want to do here is just replenish my magic and stuff like that, because there's guaranteed drops in those skulls. So I'm gonna get rid of the statue over there, and I'm also gonna open this wall below me. For some reason you can shine the light through the ground and hit the sun symbol on the wall and get rid of it that way. And over here I'm gonna get storage again, and I'm gonna get chest storage from that. And as we saw in some other dungeons already, this is gonna allow Link to walk through walls, or walk through certain things and walk up walls, is what I meant to say. So now that I have that, I'm going to pick up Medley and just take her back into the main room. And one effect of having storage here means that I can skip having to open the sun face. Because Link can go through walls partially, I can just place Medley down like that and then fall through myself. Of course the mini-boss music is playing this whole time. But it's going to stop when I go over here and play this song. Those things can never hit you when you're flying across there with Medley, which means it's a completely safe strategy to use. Even though it looks kinda risky. So, Medley is now completely useless. I don't need her for any of the rest of this dungeon, so I'm just going to leave her here. What you're supposed to do in this next series of rooms is push a statue to shine some light into the room beyond the locked door, and then grab a key to open that door and do a bunch of crap in there, but I'm going to skip all of that because I have storage and I'm able to. I'm going to use the same kind of trick that I just did, where Link goes through the wall by grabbing the ledge. Some people prefer to bring Medley into this room with them so that they can jump across this gap, but sometimes the hands can grab her and that just wastes time, so I prefer to just do this. I did get the mist, but sometimes if you're like far enough in the wall as you run along that pit, then you won't get misted. So I'm merged with the wall, which means I'm out of bounds, and I can just leap across here to get beyond the locked door. And I'm going to do something really similar here to get behind the statue that you're supposed to shine light onto. I like to kill all the bats in here because they can really get in your way when you're trying to do the next trick. I'm going to do a similar thing. I have to be careful when I walk up this statue that Link's head doesn't touch the ceiling, because if that happens he gets crushed, meaning he dies and he loses storage, which means the run pretty much would be over. So I just did the same kind of thing to get behind this door. And we're almost done with this dungeon already. All that's left is the boss door. I want a soup here because not only is it going to replenish my magic, it's also going to make the boss fight a lot quicker. Because of the double damage on the sword. I can simply backflip through this because I have storage. The angle can be a little hard to do. This trick is actually a lot easier on English because for some reason you can walk up these ledges and you can just run right through it. On Japanese they're slippery, so you have to like backflip through it. But I still got that pretty quickly. Overall this was a really good dungeon. I'm very happy with it. So I like to not bring out the shield too early. It means that when I run with that light, as you just saw, it actually stuns Jalhala for a second. Just helps a little. So since I have Soup active with the Master Sword, it just takes one hit for each of these little pose for them to die. If I didn't have Soup active, I would just spin attack them. Every time you hit 5 of these things, the rest of them regroup, and there's 15 in total, which means that in general the fight, if it's a good fight, will have 3 rounds. Sometimes you can get lucky and maybe hit like an extra 1 or 2 with like your final hit. Like if you did the spin attack for the last one and there was another one right next to you, you could maybe hit 6 or possibly 7 on one round. But chances are your fight would still be 3 rounds. Pretty standard fight here. Nothing went wrong really, except for the light turning off just before I got to it. But that's just luck based, I think. There's not a lot you can do about it. I would say that out of all the bosses in the game, this one is probably the easiest to speedrun, because he trolls the least. Every other boss can be a real pain in the ass in some way or another, except for this one. So once again I'm going to skip this heart container, although I will get the one from the Wind Temple, just because of its position relative to where Link is after the fight. So now the Master Sword is halfway powered up. We still have to do the other temple before we can access Ganon's castle. Well, that temple plus the Triforce Hunt. All of these things are required in order to skip the barrier. Or rather, to dispel the barrier. I should stop saying skip the barrier because that's just going to give people false hope. So the next thing we're going to do is go to the Wind Temple to learn the song that we have to play for Makar. So I'm going to warp to Windfall and super swim from there to the Wind Temple. Since the Wind Temple is only 1 quadrant away from Windfall, this super swim doesn't save that much time, but it's a really easy one because, again, it's only 1 quadrant. So it's really hard to mess it up. Completely worth going for. That was some pretty slow storage. But Again, it is a frame perfect trick. It happens sometimes. I like to just side hop in there rather than take the iron boots off, because when you take them off there's like a little animation that plays and it takes a little bit of time. Again, like with the Zora cutscene, you can see that this guy is not like a ghost at all. He's not transparent, and he is in the English version. So right here I'm gonna run in kind of a weird direction. The reason for that is that, like, right next to that block, but only directly below it, there's a long zone where if you press A he'll read the text on it. I'm not really sure why that exists, because it wasn't like that on the Earth Temple one. But if you move a little bit to the left or right, then you avoid it. It means you can roll a lot earlier. So the next thing I'm gonna do is go and grab my car. This music here is one of the best songs in the game, I think. There's a weird glitch with this cutscene, and it's only in the Japanese version, but right at the end of it, right before it like fades to black, my car actually disappears. It's kind of silly that they overlooked this, but it's been fixed in English. Yeah, you can see like he sort of vanishes and there's like some water that appears behind him. Next thing I'm going to do is get the other wallet upgrade. Both of these, as I mentioned before, are required, or well, I guess they're not required, but they make it a lot faster when you're getting the charts deciphered later on, because the number of rupees that you have to hold is over 3,000, and the first wallet upgrade can only hold 1,000 rupees, and this new one can hold 5,000. So we need to get both of them. So again, I'm going to do a super swim, but this time instead of going to the Wind Temple, I'm going to go to the Fairy Island where I can get the upgrade. I'm just moving away from the island right here so that I don't accidentally hit the shore. It is possible to aim this super swim so that he lands straight inside the little opening there, but it's kind of hard to do. Like with the Earth Temple, the trigger for the cutscene, which plays when you get here, exists all around the temple, so I don't have to sail to the entrance of it, I can just go straight towards the center. So right here, I like to pick my car up and just throw him over. You can play the song while he's in the air and it'll still work. And I do this because he walks really, really slow, and if you don't throw him, then you have to wait for him to get close enough. In this dungeon, we're going to see another big difference between Tuner and Tunerless, in that we have to get the boss key here, and a Tuner run would skip that, using a zombie hover to get on top of the door. But that's not going to be a concern for me in this run. So this dungeon's really cool in a speedrun actually, which is nice because I feel like it's the worst dungeon in the game to play through normally. I never did like it, but it's definitely one of the more fun ones to speedrun. Probably because you get rid of Makar almost instantly, and you only use him at one other time in the dungeon later on. So all the really boring, slow parts are pretty much cut out. I always try to get him to land on that switch and he always bounces over it. So right after Makar gets caught here, pretty much all the slow, boring rooms of the dungeon are done already. And the rest of it is pretty broken. In this room, I'm going to use a really precise arrow shot with a fire arrow to open the warp pot that's like away at the other side of the room. You can just barely hit it. I'm just checking with regular arrows to make sure I'm high enough. And as you can see there, the flames are on top of the pot right now. Which means that if I go in the warp pot in the first room, it'll take me straight there. Which skips going through quite a lot of rooms. Saves a lot of time. So now we're in the main room, at the top of it. And the next thing I'm going to do is go straight to the mini boss room. So on this platform, if you plant a bomb right at the side of it, and wedge link in between it using the Deku Leaf, and push left on the control stick at the right frame, then he'll get pushed through the wall, like this, and if I drop down I can just jump out of bounds, and get behind this door here, which means I can skip having to use the small key for this door. This means that the small key that is supposed to be used for this door can actually be used for another door later on, which skips having to get another small key. So in this room I'm going to have to kill 2 Wizrobes and a Dark Nut. The best way for this room to go is to have both of the Wizrobes be on the floor. This way I can shoot them with an ice arrow, which freezes them, and then kill them with the Skull Hammer in one hit. And this fight went really well, but I have to say that it was mostly due to luck. I got really lucky with where they spawned. As you can see, they were both on the ground. Most of the time the orange guy trolls a bit before he appears down there. He usually goes on one of the higher platforms first. But this room went completely perfectly. I couldn't ask for any more. So now that I have the hookshot, I'm going to exit this room and I'm going to go and get the small key that we were supposed to use to open this door. So by using a precise jump slash right when this bomb here is about to explode, I can get boosted on top of the spikes, and then if I do a jump slash again right afterwards, I can jump over them. Unfortunately I was a little bit too late there, but I did get it the next time. Really cool trick. And now I want to go back to the top of the main room, and the quickest way to do that is to get caught by one of the hands down here. What's interesting is that if you go down a different platform from the one in the centre, then different enemies appear. So that's why you have to go down the one in the middle. Next thing I'm going to do is get the boss key. So in order to do that I have to go free Makar from his jail. This grass here has guaranteed arrow drops, so it's always a good idea to get it. I swear he sounds like Jigglypuff when he talks. It sounds like he's saying puff. So after this is the last place in the dungeon that we need Makar. So I'm just going to abandon him as soon as he's opened this block. Again, I'm throwing him here just to skip having to walk slowly with him, because the song still works when he's in the air. The camera's a little weird during this cutscene. I'm assuming that that's because I played it when he was in the air. So I'm going to try and get the helmet off of all three of these guys and then just shoot them with an ice arrow and hit them with the hammer, so I can kill them in one hit. I got lucky with their placement there and got two of their helmets off in one hit. Unfortunately, I accidentally picked up this Knight's Crest, which causes a small cutscene to play. It played because I've never picked one up before in this playthrough of the game. But it also means that when I have to fight Dark Nuts later on, if I accidentally pick up another one, like I basically don't have to worry about accidentally picking up another one because nothing's going to happen. So with the boss key, it's now time to go and fight the boss, and we're going to use the key that we got earlier to get to the boss room. The key that was supposed to be used to get to the hookshot room. So once again, I'm going to do a bomb clip at the exact same spot, but this time I'm going to drop to the very bottom of the room. This skips opening the floor. When I pause the game there, it's because I'm looking for a specific frame. It's really important that you press left to push Link against the bomb on a certain frame, or else he either won't go through, or he will go through but he'll pop back out again. So in this room, I can skip having Makar, which is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to fly Makar over here and have him plant a tree and hookshot across. But with some cool leaf techniques here, I can just cancel the leaf right before he gets to the ledge and climb up. I pull out a bomb here because it means that if the hand tries to grab me, he'll actually grab the bomb before he grabs me, which means he can never pull me in and take me back to the main room. So this right here is probably the most poorly programmed object in the game. You can sidle right behind it and skip having to play the song, which of course means that we don't have to bring Makar here. And now that I'm in, I'm just going to restock up on magic and fairies, and there's some money there which is helpful. And now it's time for Mulgara, with the boss music that everyone remembers. Having soup here doesn't actually affect anything at all. It would still take the same number of hits to kill the boss. So it's not a problem that I don't have soup active right now. So one hit, then a spin attack. The spin attack always hits it twice, which deals a lot of damage. It's only going to take 4 cycles to bring this thing down. Sometimes the little babies that spawn in the room can really be annoying because you'll target them when you're trying to target the boss. But I didn't have any problems with that in this run. Now, Mulgra is going to fly around the room now, so I'm going to pull it out of the air before it lands. This is a cool technique which I'm sure wasn't really intentional, but it saves a bit of time. If you time this just right, you can grab his tongue before he lands. And he's going to fly around again right now, so I'm going to do the exact same thing to finish the fight up. I intentionally don't spin attack him on the last phase there because in the Japanese version and also in the European version there's a crash which can happen sometimes if there's too much lag when you kill the boss, and spin attacks contribute to that. Usually you can always avoid it if you just don't spin attack him. And I can tell that it didn't crash because the victory fanfare played. If you kill this boss and you don't hear that fanfare, you know you're in trouble. Your game's going to crash as soon as you hit the warp, and your run's pretty much over. So this heart container is the final one that I'm going to get. Actually, it's the final one that I can get. But it's right in front of Link, which means it's a good idea to get this one instead of like the one in the Earth Temple or whatever. So now the Master Sword is going to be fully powered up, and all we need to get to Hyrule is the Triforce Shards. And that's quite a lengthy process. There's 8 shards in total to get. We've already got one of the charts that we got before the second dungeon, way back at the start of the game. And I'm going to try and quickly get the rest of them now, while also getting enough rupees to have the charts deciphered by Tingle. So the first shard I'm going to get, or rather the first chart I'm going to get, is at Overlook, which is northeast of Dragon Roost. So I'm going to walk there. Before I actually go to Overlook though, I'm going to stop off at Dragon Roost and get a chest which has 200 rupees inside. This is going to help with the money required to decipher the charts. You can get it just by shooting the chest off the wall up here. You can of course super swim to Overlook, but I find that super swim to be a little risky, so I chose not to go for it in this run because it doesn't really save that much time. I figured that since it was a good run, I didn't want to risk losing it to something like that. So I just sailed. Another difference between the Japanese and English version of this speedrun is that some more rupees are gotten in various places throughout the game in English, but they're not actually there in Japanese. And Overlook is one of those places. One of the pillars in here contains a lot of rupees in English, but it has like none or very little in Japanese. There's also some pots in the final room here which contain more rupees, and those pots just aren't there in Japanese. The other enemy room like this, Stone Watcher, which we'll go to later, has the same kind of deal. There's also nothing in Japanese there. So I accidentally got the attention of the third one. The third guy there, which I didn't mean to do. I like to get him later on. But it still went pretty quickly. Kinda got myself stuck behind that pillar there, but whatever. So in this room here with the Stalfos, I like to place a bomb next to either of them, and then whichever one hits their bomb first, I throw the boomerang at their head and then hit them with the hammer. This kills them in one hit. And if you're quick enough, you can kill both of them before either of them respawn. That room went pretty perfectly. I like the soup here because with soup you can kill these Wizrobes with one sword attack in the next room. But just in case, I'm getting the ice arrows ready. In case I have to resort to that. Unfortunately, I was a little too late there, and he was able to spawn some enemies. So I just ice him. And the final room is just a bunch of Pokeballs, nothing too special. These guys kind of troll me quite a lot actually. This room isn't usually that rough. So now we have to kill 4 of these guys. I'm going to try and ice all of them. Got a nice double Helm Splitter there. The Helm Splitter is really useful in this game because when Link fires an arrow at these guys, it automatically aims for the head. So that went really well. Those guys went down really, really quickly. Yeah, in this room right here, there's 2 pots in English, and they're gone here. And they have some rupees in them. So now we have 2 charts. And I'm going to just do a save warp out of here to skip having to run through all the rooms again. The next chart that I'm going to go for has one of the biggest breaks in the run. It's the one at the cabana where you go into the sewer and stuff, and yeah, there's a chart down there. And normally you're supposed to collect like 21 joy pendants or something and talk to the teacher on Windfall, and she gives you the deed to the cabana and you show it to the guy at the door and he lets you in. And yeah, it takes a really long time, and we're going to skip all of that using some storage glitches again. So now that I'm here, first thing I'm going to do is get dry storage again, and I'm going to store the text from the king. And this text right here is going to allow me to interrupt the chest opening cutscene of the chest on this ledge up here, which means that I'm going to be able to run around while Link's hitbox is the same size that it is during the chest opening cutscene, which is a lot smaller than it usually is. This means that I can clip through things. And this is really useful because it means I can clip through things just enough that I can actually hookshot my way onto a tree behind the cabana and pull Link straight through the loading zone. In here I'm going to smash these pots because they have quite a lot of rupees in them. It doesn't really matter too much if some of the rupees get stuck up there. As long as the purple one lands on the ground, you're usually good to go. I had no problems with it in this run. So in the sewers, the rats control you quite a bit during this next trick, so I like to kill them with the boomerang, just so they can't mess anything up. What you have to do is hold L and do a jump attack with the hammer against the wall at a certain spot. This lets you hit the switch behind the wall, because the hammer just barely touches it. I noticed that the rat actually caused me to lose some money here, so I wanted to go back and get the red rupee just in case. The camera kind of screwed me over a little bit. It's going to do the same thing right here. And this means that I don't have to bother going through any of those underground passages. I'm already straight at the chest. So that's 3 charts that we have so far. The next one I'm going to go for is Stone Watcher, which is the other room where you have to kill a bunch of enemies, like Overlook. But the wind is in a really bad spot for that, so I'm actually going to super swim there, which is faster anyway. So once again, I'm going to get dry storage. and just do a super swim. This super swim is a few quadrants away, but it's pretty easy to do. Even if you don't have enough speed from it, there's plenty of things along the way you can stop at. I just barely make this. I was really nervous at this point. I think a few frames later he would have drowned. So, like with Overlook, there's a bunch of rupees that you can grab here in English, but none of them are here in Japanese, so we're just going to kill the enemies and get out of here. This is by far the easier of the two, like enemy circle rooms. I like to have the ice arrows ready because they're going to be really useful again later on. Well, actually, no, they're really not in this place. They're more useful in Overlook, but I like to have them ready as a backup just in case I need them. So these wizards in here don't summon any enemies. They just shoot fire at you, so it's not really a problem to kill them quickly. A jump attack or a spin attack will get rid of them quickly. And this room just has a bunch of bokoblins again. Nothing too serious. This guy tricked me. I thought he was dead. But apparently not. There's only 2 dark nuts to kill this time. I like to do that little jump attack right before the cutscene starts because it puts him slightly further along than he would be normally. So that's 4 charts. That's half of them. So back outside, the next one I'm going to get is from Islet of Steel, which is right ahead of me. You can do a super swim here, but it saves like almost no time at all. Because this island is so close to Stonewatcher. So it's best to get out of the boat before you go in here, because it means that you can just hold up when you get in and swim in a straight line. It's 5 out of 8. And I always just go out of this place without the boat, because if you get in the boat here, there's no wind, so you can't quickly escape this place. You have to just cruise outside and it takes forever. So it's best to just get in the boat when you're back out. The next thing I'm going to do is sink the golden ship. Now this is where Japanese and English are pretty different. On English, when you sink the golden ship, he gives you a Triforce chart and that's the end of it. On Japanese, he actually gives you a regular treasure chart, which leads to another treasure chart, which leads to another one, and this goes through a series of 5 charts, and the 5th and final one is the Triforce chart that you're looking for. So this unfortunately adds a few minutes to the Japanese gameplay time, but like I mentioned earlier, the text is so fast that it more than makes up for it. Unfortunately, the golden ship's friends are kind of trolling me a little bit here. That can happen sometimes. I just like cruised into a bad spot, unfortunately. So I decided to move, which I probably should have done earlier. So like I said, right here, this chart would be the Triforce chart if this was the English version, but on Japanese there's a bunch more things we have to do first. So the next thing I'm going to get is not a Triforce chart, but rather the ghost ship chart. And on the ghost ship is another Triforce chart. The ghost ship, although you can see it if you know where it's going to be and you go there, you can see it without opening this chart. You actually can't go inside it unless you get this chart and open it. So, unfortunately, this is required. As for the golden ship charts, I'm not going to bother with the rest of them until I've done everything else. And the reason for that is that it's already turning to night, so I want to take care of the ghost ship during the night, and then after that I can handle the rest of the golden ship quest. So in here, instead of going through the long list of pots that you need to go through normally, if I climb on top of the side of this one, I can actually do a jump slash and make it onto this thing. Well, not even a jump slash, but I guess if I felt I had to, I would have done it. And this pot right here is the final one, so already we're at the chest that we need to get to. I like to roll to the left there just so that guy can't get me. The next thing that I'm going to do is the Savage Labyrinth on Outset, which is going to give me my 6th Triforce chart. although it's already night, and I probably should go for the ghost ship at night, I know that time doesn't pass when I'm on Outset Island, so that's not really a concern of mine. I can do Outset before I get the ghost ship. But if I were to try and get the golden ship charts, then time would be passing, which would mean that I'd have less time to go to the ghost ship. Which is why I leave that one for last. So in the Savage Labyrinth, there are 50 floors in total, and like every 10 floors is themed after the dungeon that the enemies in it are from. But in order to get the chart, you only actually have to do the first 30. So I'm just gonna blast through those ones. These mini balloons control quite a lot. Sometimes one of them, or one or two of them, doesn't like to appear. But they all appeared pretty quickly here. So again, a quick parry here with these guys lets me kill them in one hit. It's really fast. Or at least normally it's really fast. These guys kind of troll me a bit here. And I got a little screwed over with that one, unfortunately, but you know, it's a Savage Labyrinth, there's a lot of enemies, which means a lot of luck. Sometimes not everything goes perfectly. Ouch. So this floor is the last floor for the first section. I'm kind of scared right now because I don't want these guys to hit me, they're really strong. But I managed to salvage it. There are pots right here, but they don't really contain many rupees, so I choose to just soup instead. Like instead of getting the hearts that are in them. Because the double damage is going to come in useful, or could come in useful, during the next 10 floors. The boomerang is actually a really useful item for these 10 floors, especially against the Deku Babas. It kills them in one hit. Look at this thing. It's so powerful. These things only take one hit to kill, but they're so fast that they usually manage to hit me first. I actually hit both of those with one boomerang throw, which I wasn't expecting, so it kind of threw me off a little. If you do a vertical slash on those guys when they're in the air, then it like stops them in their tracks, which is cool. So right here I'm trying to get the ice arrows ready, because they're really useful on the final floor of this one. They can kill the Mothulus in one hit. The fire arrows can also kill them in one hit, but if you use that method then it takes them a while to burn to death, whereas they just shatter almost instantly with ice. So on this floor I'm going to get some money from these pots, as well as stock up on hearts for the next 10 floors. Because I'm not actually going to fight anything down here, I'm just going to skip through every single floor. And part of that involves taking damage. So with the iron boots on, and while Link has damage invincibility like right now, if I shoot towards the bottom part of one of the torches, Link will actually get pulled over the loading zone for the next floor. And that activates it. I want to point out that although this looks kind of easy, the position is actually a little hard to do, because you just have to like rotate or push the stick up just a tiny bit. If you do it a little bit too much, then he just hits the ground and you have to take damage again. If you're wondering why I didn't do this on the earlier floors, it's because only these ones have torches, so the earlier ones just have rings of fire and nothing else. There's nothing to hook shot onto. Except for two of them do have them, but there's like so many enemies nearby that it's really hard to do. It's not worth it up there. This floor here is kind of annoying because the Bokoblin always comes over to you, which makes it kind of hard. As you can see there, I just missed it barely and touched the ground instead. And I've decided just to kill this guy because he's only going to bother me more. It's a lot easier to do this trick if the hookshot is already in Link's hand when you aim it, but it is possible without it being in his hand, just harder. So this right here was the reason that I got those heart containers, so that I didn't have to soup during all of this. And the fact that I didn't fail it so many times that I had to soup means that I would consider that a pretty successful Savage Labyrinth. So I'm going to stock up on some other rupees here. I want to have at least 705 before I go to the ghost ship. This is going to ensure that I'll have enough for Tingle. I had over 705 there, but I wanted to just get the extra pot anyway, so that I can maybe miss a few on the ghost ship. Because the next thing that I'm going to do after this place is I'm going to go to the ghost ship and I'm going to farm it for rupees. There are a lot of rupees on that thing. And the ghost ship doesn't actually disappear until you get the chest on it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go on the ghost ship, I'm going to leaf pump across to the other side, I'm going to get all the rupees there, and then I'm going to save warp. This will put me back outside the ghost ship. And it means I can go back inside again and get those rupees a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time, and so on, until I have enough rupees to give to Tingle. This might sound slow, but it's actually the fastest way to rack up a lot of rupees really quickly in the game. There's nowhere else that you can farm them quicker than this that we know of. 310 rupees per trip is a real lot, given that we only need 3,184 and I already have almost 800. It's going to be 8 trips total. As I mentioned earlier, you have to look at the ghost ship chart or else he simply won't let you go inside. And while I was in there, I also opened up the chart that I got from the golden ship, because that treasure won't appear in the ocean unless you look at that chart first, as is the case with any chart in this game. So this spot for the ghost ship, as you probably saw on the ghost ship chart, there's a few spots that he can appear at, and this one right here is the best one. It's really close to Windfall, which means there's minimal sailing, and when you spawn outside of it, you can just sail in a straight line to get back in, because the wind is already in your favour. Unfortunately, I do screw up in the ghost ship at one point, and I fall down, and end up wasting maybe 40 seconds overall, because one of the whiz ropes hits me when I'm trying to do it again. I think it's right here. Yeah, it's like I released the leaf a little too early, which is a really silly mistake, but whatever. I want to soup here just to make sure I have enough magic to make it across. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure he hits me down. I should have really waited there. This is probably the worst part of the run for me. I don't mean that it's difficult, I just mean this run specifically. I'm pretty embarrassed by this mistake, because it's not something that usually happens. But I was just panicking right here, and it ended up making me lose more time than I should have. But after this, the rest of the ghost ship is smooth sailing. There are no more problems. I decide just to grab that extra magic just to make sure I can get across. But I was pretty upset when this happened. As you can see, after that save warp, I'm back outside the ship. I'm right in front of it, which means I can easily go back in. And as you'll see when I leaf pump across, all the pots are back, which means all the rupees are back, which means I can just do this as many times as I have to. It's most important to get the purple rupees because they're worth 50. This section's going to be a little repetitive to watch. We have to do this 8 times in Japanese, 6 times in English because there are more rupees in the game in other places. Spin attacks are hard. I'm really bad at them. I promise this is almost over. There's just one more trip after this one, and then we're done here. So now I have over 3,184 rupees, which is the number that I need to give to Tingle to get all these things deciphered. And that right there is the 7th Triforce chart. The only one I have left to get is the golden chip one, so I'm now going to go on that little quest where we dig up a bunch of extra charts for it. The first one of these is at Shark Island, which is just northeast of Outset. And since I already looked at that chart when I was looking at the ghost ship one, the treasure has now loaded into the ocean and I can dig it out. I'm going to have to do that for each chart. So the next one, annoyingly, is back at Needle Rock, which is actually where we sank the golden ship in the first place. It's kind of silly how they make you go around in a circle like this. So again, I'm just checking this chart so that the treasure will actually be loaded into the ocean when I get there, otherwise nothing would appear. This is quite a long sail. I think Link looks really funny when he realises there's a chest there. I love that shot of him with the eyes. The next one is an Eastern Fairy, and to get that I'm actually going to change the wind to northeast, which is going to help for most of the Triforce shard digging up as well, which we're going to have to do after this. A lot of this part of the game is just like sailing to one location and digging something out of the ocean, and I understand that it can be kind of boring to watch. But I still think it's cool to see it for the first time, just to see this part of the game done quickly, because it was so like bad to play through. So now I'm going to go and grab the final golden ship chart, which is back at the Earth Temple, right next to Outset. And after this it'll be time to go and see Tingle and get them all deciphered. So now we have every single Triforce chart, and it's time to get them deciphered. So if you hookshot the top of this ladder, you can skip having to climb it, which is a nice little time saver. So we're going to have to show every single one of these charts to this greedy bastard and get him to decipher all of them for 398 rupees each. It's complete extortion. He knows we can't continue without this. You would think he'd be a little nicer since we freed him from jail. But nope. The worst part about this is that there's really no way that it could feasibly be skipped, and the reason for that is the shards themselves, even if you know exactly where in the ocean they're going to be, they're not actually loaded into the game until you have these charts deciphered and then you look at them. That's what makes them appear. So, you know, it doesn't matter if you know where it is. You need to have it on your chart. So this is the final one. After this we're going to leave and start digging these things up. I'm really poor now. Thanks, Tingle. So I need to actually look at every single chart before they load into the ocean. The first one I'm going to grab is the one at the Wind Temple, because the wind right now is favourable for that one. I'm not going to do any super swims during this section. Even if it may seem like they might have been faster in some places, I don't think they actually would have been. The problem would be, like, if I were to super swim to the Wind Temple, the problem is that the boat wouldn't be there, although I guess I could enter the Wind Temple, come back out, and then he would be there. That might make it overall, like, maybe, I don't know, 5 seconds faster or something to super swim. But it could just as easily make it 5 seconds slower. It's so close that it's not worth it regardless. So yeah, it's pretty much just going to be a bunch of sailing for the next part of the video. The way I tell if I'm close enough to dig up is I press L to center the camera behind the boat, and I just like sail until I'm right close to it, and then I press A to take the sail away and just let them cruise over. And as soon as I start to hear the sound, the little like chime that plays when you're close to it, I just press the button for the grapple. And that always works, or at least it usually works. Sometimes I might overshoot it if I'm going too fast at the time, but it works most of the time. So that's one down, we have 7 left to get. And this northeast wind is going to work for the first 4 of them. So this one's number 2. This shard right here spawned in kind of an unfortunate place, right next to these guys. They could really easily hit me. But I was too fast for them, and you can see their bombs in the air. Looks so silly. Everything's frozen except for the wind. Unfortunately, I was just a little off here, so I got a pot instead of the chest. This means that I just barely overshot it. And I managed to get the chest just before that shark hit me. So the next one I'm going to get is the one at Greatfish. And this is the final one that I'm going to get with Northeast Wind. I'm going to change the wind after this one to collect the other ones. So that's 4 out of 8, half of them collected already. I'm just going to sail directly to the next 2. It's faster than doing any kind of warping right here. So back to Stonewatcher for number 5. So another one that's kind of unfortunately placed. Those guys could really easily hit me. This next one that I'm going to get is the hardest one to get because there's a bunch of enemies right next to you and they will constantly knock you out of your bolt. It's so bad in fact that I always kill the enemies before I even try to get the shard because they're just like so relentless. Yeah, unfortunately he got me and I decided to just get rid of him before I did anything else. I was a little overconfident before and thought I could do it without this, but it's better to be safe. And those guys kind of threw me off there, which meant that I overshot it just a little bit. But no big deal. That's number 6. So just 2 left. Next one I'm going to get is at Outset. So only one left, and it's at the reef east of Outset. The spawn point for this one is kind of cool because it's actually outside the reef, which means there's zero chance that the battleships can actually hit me. Yeah, he thought he could stop me. Nothing can stop me. So this is the final one. We now have all the pieces of the Triforce. And we can go back to Hyrule and finish this thing up. So back to Tower of the Gods. The wind is really bad right here, so it's kind of hard to get into the right spot, but of course this is quicker than changing the wind, so whatever. So now that we're back in Hyrule, this is the final stretch of the run. All that's left to do really is Ganon's castle. But first we have to go and fight some Dark Nuts, because we can't get outside yet until we do that. And as usual, the fastest way to kill them is with ice arrows and the skull hammer, so I'm just going to equip those right there. So as before, I'm going to want to try and helm splitter these guys to get rid of their helmets. Makes the fight really quick. Perfect fight. So now it's time to go and dispel the barrier. The barrier which can't be skipped. What's cool about the Japanese version is that there's an invisible wall like over the side of this thing out here, and it's there in English and Japanese, but it's a lot smaller in Japanese, so if you leaf on top of it, you can actually land on this wall, which means that if I jump off the bridge and time it so that Link will die as the cutscene for the barrier starts, then I can actually skip that cutscene. And the barrier's gone now. I didn't have to wait for it to dispel during a cutscene. And one weird side effect of that is that a lot of the time the enemies that are supposed to be here won't actually spawn. They still do sometimes, but most of the time they don't. So yeah, that right there is like a 30-second time saver, which is exclusive to Japanese, for the sole fact that the invisible wall is a lot higher in English and you can't leaf on top of it. So Ganon's castle, we're almost done now. I'm gonna need this suit. There's a lot of leafing coming up. And a really, really big time saver here, one that saves maybe 20 minutes actually. And it's actually pretty easy to do. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna leaf on top of this post over here. And then go on to this other one right here. And finally this one over here. And when I get on top of this door, I'm just going to kill this guy. Because sometimes he can screw up because of the targeting. And I'm going to do a bomb clip here, and I'm going to get out of bounds. And I'm going to leaf all the way around to the loading zone behind the door. And this skips having to do any of the trials in here, which saves a ridiculous amount of time. So now we're going to go into the maze downstairs. I've done it so many times that I know the order off by heart. It's down, left, straight, left, right, straight. You get to enjoy the cool Phantom Ganon music during this. So sadly this boss trolled me quite a bit. There's this one attack that he can do where he like brings up this massive red thing, yeah, like this. And you can send it back to him if you spin attack, but it's kind of hard to time. And even after you do that, like, I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do to hit him, because you can't reach him when he's up there with the sword. And the arrows don't do anything against him. I think he's supposed to fall down, but the game glitched there, and he didn't. So this is a really unfortunate loss of time. I'm just like really hoping that he does a different kind of attack right here. And finally he does. This is something I can work with. But yeah, that was a really silly loss of time. I felt very cheated by the game. Speaking of being cheated by the game, there's an even worse boss fight coming up, which actually is probably the single hardest part of this run that isn't like a glitch or anything like that. I would say super swims are more frustrating overall, but this boss. Not this one right here, I'm talking about Puppet Ganon, but yeah, first we're going to kill Phantom Ganon with one light arrow. He was too quick for me. It's kind of hard to kill him right here when he does the thing where there's 4 of them, because you only have a split second to react before he disappears. So these pots along the way always have magic in them, which is required for this area. We're going to be shooting a lot of light arrows. Completely obliterates anything it touches. Except Puppet Ganon. For some reason it takes like 9 hits total to kill him. Would be nice if it took less, because he's a real pain. So while waiting for the door to open, I get that extra magic pot. In an ideal Puppet Ganon fight, this would mean that I didn't have to soup. But as you can probably tell from the stuff I'm saying, this was not an ideal Puppet Ganon fight. The first phase of the fight with Puppet Ganon is really, really difficult to do. And the reason for that is that obviously you're supposed to cut his tail from the ceiling with the boomerang and then like shoot a light arrow at it when it's on the ground. But obviously that's really slow, so what we try to do is we try to snipe him while his tail is moving, and this is really hard sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. There's a part of his cycle where he actually slows down and he's a lot easier to hit then, but even then sometimes like it's really easy to miss that. And unfortunately I miss it a few times in this run, which is really silly because I have practiced him quite a lot, but you know, like any enemy in the game, there's always a random element to it. But yeah, sniping Puppet Ganon is by far one of the trickiest things to do in this game. His second and third phases are really easy, it's just the first one that's a problem. So this right here is one place that I could definitely save time at if I decided to try and improve this run. With that said, the fight overall wasn't actually bad, it just wasn't perfect. It could have went a lot better, but it also could have went a lot worse. So right at the start of the fight, I like to run to the left, just to get out of his way. And I'm going to get the light arrow ready, and I'm going to wait until he slows down, because when he slows down the tail appears to the left. And I just barely missed that there, which is really unfortunate. I tried to be a smart ass there and hit it while it was moving quickly. And there's the first hit. That's number 2. But I have to soup now because I've run out of magic from missing those other shots. He's gonna spin around now, which is unavoidable. You can hit his tail right before he spins, but it's really hard. I do go for it because I've got nothing to lose right here. But it's quite hard to hit. These things can also drop magic, so it's a good idea to kill them. That one there was my own fault. I aimed a little too low. I should have seen that coming. That one I don't feel was my own fault. But whatever, he's dead. To be honest, that was a pretty standard fight. Still definitely a place I could save time at. So for his second phase, I like to snipe the first hit but not the other hits, and the reason for that is when he hits the ground, which he doesn't do if you snipe him obviously, when he hits the ground he summons a bunch of bats, and if you kill them they have magic in them. This means that I don't have to soup. So I just let him hit the ground here. So phase 3, I like to snipe the first hit of this one too, because he isn't moving too quickly on the first hit, and he usually goes past Link at least once. So it's not unreasonable to go for this. But for the other two hits, he's really fast, so I try to stop him with a bomb. Wow, that is a blunder. Like, I was really upset when that happened because that was completely my own fault. I aimed a little too high, but when he's stunned with a bomb, he kind of sits there for a long time, so it's not really an issue. I had plenty of time to recover, and I didn't bother with the soup glitch there because it's not an issue anymore, because the game's about to be over. So Puppet Ganon dead, that's the worst part of the run over, for sure. All that's left now is to climb this tower and take care of the real Ganondorf. This is a really long climb. It would be cool if there was some way to skip this. Well, I mean, something I should point out right now, before someone points it out in the comments. The Puppet Ganon skip, where you zombie hover all the way to the top of this room, and then get a heart from a keys, is completely unrealistic for speedrunning. It will never be done in an actual run. I'm sure someone can do it in real time, but it's never actually going to be done in a run. The reason for that is, it's just too unpredictable, it's too ridiculous, like on the hands, and the chance of failure is like really high. And in case you're wondering, if you were to zombie hover into the loading zone for the Ganon fight, which isn't possible by the way given the room's structure, but if it was, then what would happen is you wouldn't be able to heal because you can't use the Tingle Tuner in here. The cutscene for the Ganon fight would start, it would finish, and then Link would die as soon as you got control of him. So no, that's not possible either. You have to fight Puppet Ganon, and you have to come up here normally. It sucks, but it's the truth. This cutscene here is kinda cool. It's pretty memorable. I think this is probably the coolest end to a Zelda game, with Hyrule being flooded and stuff like that. I love Link's face there. Yeah, there's like this one text box during this cutscene that's quick text, and the rest of it's really slow. I never understood that. It's like that on English too, actually. It's really weird. So here comes Ganon's iconic laugh, the thing that most people remember about this cutscene. So here we go, final fight. There's a bunch of things that control you in this fight, and a few of them happen to me. Most of it involves Zelda. She can be kind of bad at aiming sometimes. One of the hits on him right there missed, and I really don't know why it happened. But I was able to hit a few times there, so it's okay. But Ganon managed to dodge that light arrow, which is not okay. I don't know, sometimes he's just too quick. But Zelda needs to hit him for the next phase of the fight to start, so that's where we are right now. Wow, he hit me like right as he landed, right as I was trying to parry. And I want to just sit right here just to like deal double damage to him again. And after this round, Zelda's going to get back up. Or at least she should. I don't know why she didn't there. I think one of my hits missed him again, which is really uncommon. I'm not sure why it happened so much in this run. It was an unfortunate end. So like I'm running around frantically here trying to find Zelda. She seems to blend into the background really well. When you talk to her, she shoots an arrow right away. And she hits me instead of the shield. But I do get it this time. And now the final parry and the final hit. Right now at 4 hours, 50 minutes and 50 seconds. So overall, a really good run. I think a few points that I'm a little disappointed with. Mostly this fight, the Puppet Ganon fight, and the ghost ship. With pretty much everything else, I really can't complain a lot. It went a lot better than I could have ever hoped for. This run is the result of months and months of hard work from me trying to like get the time down this low, and to be one of the few people in the world that's like got the time below 5 hours is really an accomplishment. I'm really happy with it. But the mistakes in this run have kind of made me want to improve it, so I might try and do that at some point in the future. But overall, very satisfied with it. The fact that all the super swims went well is really like incredible, because there's just so many things that can go wrong with them. And every one of them just went so well for me in this run. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this run. I hope you guys enjoyed the commentary. I hope you weren't too bored. I think I'm going to try and commentate more runs that like get uploaded on this channel. I think people enjoy it more than an uncommentated speedrun. I hope things are explained well. So yeah, since the timer is already stopped, I'm probably going to wrap it up here. If you enjoyed this run, then please like the video, favourite it, pass it around to your friends, just let them know. The Wind Waker has been beaten in less than 5 hours. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter and Twitch TV, where I stream this game quite a lot actually. And I might try and beat my record for it kinda soon, which could be fun to see live. So yeah, I'm going to let you guys watch the ending now. Thanks for watching, I hope you had a good time. And I'll see you in the next video.